tim yang Yes. Oh iya, sure, udah bisa. Udah bisa. Ini yang ngeliatin dari awal ya. Gue merasa, oke gitu.
Oke, baik teman-teman sekalian, selamat pagi semuanya. Selamat pagi menjelang siang. Saya Ovita Kostia Sundawa sebagai staf LO pada lomba debat bahasa Inggris di babak penyisihan OIM FIB ini. Sebelum memulai acara, saya akan mengecek kehadiran teman-teman dulu dari setiap perwakilan himpunan. Untuk perwakilan Komafil, apakah sudah hadir?
Hadir, Kak.
Hadir. Oke, baik. Dari perwakilan IKABSIS?
Hadir, Kak.
Dari perwakilan KMSJ? Apakah sudah hadir? Saya ulangi, dari perwakilan KMSJ, apakah sudah hadir? Oke, dari perwakilan IMSI? Dari perwakilan IMSI? Oke. Dari perwakilan IKABA?
Hadir.
Dari perwakilan IKNI? Oke, baik Kak. IMSI. Oke. Oke. Selamat siang kakak-kakak semua. Selamat pagi menjelang siang kakak-kakak dan teman-teman para peserta lomba debat bahasa Inggris di babak penyisihan OIM FIB UI ini. Sebelumnya perkenalkan kembali, nama saya Lovita Kostia Sendawa sebagai staf LO. Di sini
Sekarang buka. Iya, sekarang Sabtu kan. Buka. Kenapa kamu mau besok akademik?
Sekarang?
Iya bisa.
ya, baik.
Lampian kan?
Iya,
Sebelum acara debat pada hari ini dimulai, mari kita membuka acara ini dengan berdoa sesuai keyakinan masing-masing. Berdoa dimulai. Oke, berdoa selesai. Sebelum acara dimulai, kita akan mengawali dengan sesi dokumentasi. Bagi para peserta dan para panitia diharapkan untuk menyalakan kamera untuk sesi dokumentasi. Oke, untuk sesi dokumentasi, Kak Ardito.
Baik, untuk para perwakilan himpunan diharapkan untuk menyalakan kamera ya. Baik, akan saya mulai untuk dokumentasinya. 1, 2, 3. Sudah selesai.
Baik, terima kasih Kak Ardito. Untuk debat bahasa Inggris sesi pertama akan dimulai dari perwakilan himpunan Komafil dan Ikabsis. Silakan kepada perwakilan himpunan untuk memasuki breakout room.
Recording in progress.
Baik, selamat pagi teman-teman dari Ikapsis dan teman-teman dari Komafil. Perkenalkan, nama saya Ardito selaku panitia untuk lomba debat kali ini. Sebelum lomba untuk sesi pertama ini dimulai, apakah dari perwakilan Ikapsis sudah ada semua?
Sudah, Kak.
Oke, untuk perwakilan dari Komafil, apa sudah ada semua?
Sudah, Pak.
Oke. Baik, kita akan menunggu sampai jam 11:05 ya untuk jurinya masuk ke ruang sidang ini. Baik, karena juri sudah memasuki ruang sidang, maka saya akan membacakan terlebih dahulu peraturan dan juga untuk menentukan tim government dan oposisinya. Sebelumnya selamat siang himpunan IKAPSIS dan himpunan Komafil. Perkenalkan kembali, nama saya Ardito. Di sini saya akan membacakan tata tertib lomba debat bahasa Inggris dan akan menentukan siapa yang menjadi tim oposisi dan siapa yang akan menjadi tim government. Yang pertama, saya akan menjelaskan tata tertib mengenai waktu pidato. Setiap pembicara dalam pidato konstruktif atau constructive speech diberikan waktu selama 6 menit 35 detik. Lalu untuk pidato balasan atau reply speech dilakukan oleh salah satu anggota dari setiap tim. Untuk pihak pemerintah dilakukan oleh Perdana Menteri atau Wakil Perdana Menteri. Lalu untuk pihak oposisi dilakukan oleh Ketua Oposisi atau Wakil Ketua Oposisi dengan durasi 3 menit 20 detik. Urutan pembicara yang akan tampil adalah sebagai berikut. Yang pertama adalah Perdana Menteri, lalu diikuti dengan Ketua Oposisi, lalu yang kedua Wakil Perdana Menteri, dan diikuti oleh Wakil Ketua Oposisi, lalu yang ketiga Government Whip, lalu diikuti dengan Opposition Whip, lalu yang keempat adalah pidato jawaban atau reply speech dari oposisi, dan diikuti oleh reply speech dari pemerintah. Selanjutnya saya akan menerangkan kembali tata tertib mengenai POI atau Point of Information. Selama sesi pidato konstruktif atau constructive speech, POI dapat dilakukan oleh tim lawan setelah menit pertama hingga menit ke-6. Jadi POI ini hanya diperbolehkan di antara atau dari 0 sampai 1 menit, tidak diperbolehkan dari 0 sampai 1 menit, dan juga tidak diperbolehkan dari 5 menit 35 detik sampai 6 menit 35 detik. Para pembicara memiliki hak untuk menolak atau menerima POI yang diajukan oleh lawan sebanyak 3 kali. Dan tim yang terkena POI wajib untuk merespon POI tersebut, baik itu diterima atau ditolak. POI tidak diizinkan pada menit pertama, 0 sampai 1 menit, dan menit terakhir 5 menit 35 detik sampai 6 menit 35 detik, yang merupakan protected minutes untuk memberikan kesempatan kepada pembicara dalam membuka dan menyimpulkan argumennya. POI harus disampaikan dalam waktu maksimal 15 detik dan tidak boleh dilakukan terus-menerus dengan tujuan mengganggu konsentrasi pembicara lawan atau bisa disebut trashing. Tim yang melakukan trashing akan dikenakan pengurangan nilai. Lalu selanjutnya saya akan menjelaskan tata tertib mengenai pidato balasan atau reply speech. Pidato balasan adalah analisis perbandingan yang memihak, mengulas kekuatan dan kelemahan argumen dari kedua belah pihak. Tujuan pidato ini adalah untuk memberikan penilaian mengapa timnya layak menang di mata juri. POI tidak diperbolehkan selama pidato balasan atau reply speech. Baik, sampai sini untuk tata tertib, apakah ada pertanyaan? Kalau tidak ada pertanyaan, maka selanjutnya saya akan menentukan tim government dan tim oppositionnya melalui spin wheel. Baik, apakah sudah terlihat? Oke, bila sudah terlihat, saya akan meminta untuk perwakilan Komafil dan perwakilan IKAPSIS untuk memilih head or tails.
Perwakilan IKAPSIS memilih head, Kak.
Oke. Berarti Komafil tails ya? Baik, yang akan terpilih pertama berarti akan menjadi tim government. Baik, dan begitu berarti Komafil akan menjadi tim government dan IKAPSIS akan menjadi opposition ya. Maka selanjutnya saya akan membacakan mosi yang akan diperdebatkan untuk sesi pertama ini. Sebelumnya saya akan membacakan terlebih dahulu profil singkat mengenai para juri kita. Yang pertama itu ada Kak Naufal Akram, dan di bawahnya ini adalah list-list prestasi beliau di debat. Lalu selanjutnya adalah Kak Sirhan, dan di bawahnya juga ada list-list prestasi beliau di. Oke, selanjutnya kita masuki mosi perlombaan bahasa Inggris. Untuk ronde pertama, konteksnya adalah a weak artificial intelligence or AI is capable of solving only briefly defined problems. A powerful AI is capable of doing the same kind of complex work as humans. Powerful AI is supposed to be able to plan and communicate logic like humans. Researchers at major universities have made significant progress towards creating this powerful AI. Dan selanjutnya inilah mosi untuk ronde pertama ini. This House believes that all research institutes should be prohibited from creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. Untuk mosi, apakah ada pertanyaan? Baik, bila tidak ada pertanyaan mengenai mosi, saya akan mempersilahkan untuk perwakilan dari Komafil memasuki ruang case building 1 dan untuk perwakilan dari KAPSIS memasuki ruang case building 2. Permisi Kak Noval, aku mau nanya sesuatu boleh nggak?
Halo, ya, kenapa?
Ini untuk moderator nanti pas perjalanan lomba, apakah aku yang megang atau kakak mungkin bisa yang megang gitu?
Oh, udah boleh? Oke.
Oh, berarti nanti aku serahkan langsung ke kakak aja ya buat moderasi.
Yep, oke.
Sip.
Halo, halo, sorry. Case buildingnya 30 menit kan? Udah lewat bukan sih?
Oh, ini terus 5 menit lagi ya? Iya, masih 5
Oh,
menit lagi, Kak.
oke, oke, sip. Thank you.
Oke. Baik, terima kasih untuk para perwakilan IKAPSIS dan juga Komafil yang sudah kembali ke ruang sidang. Apakah dari perwakilan IKAPSIS dan Komafil sudah hadir semua?
Sudah.
Sudah.
Oke, kalau begitu selama pertandingan debat ini saya akan menyerahkan moderasi ke Kak Akram sebagai juri. Silakan.
Oke, terima kasih Ardito. Oke, hi guys, I'm Akram from FKM, and educating with me, Sirhan from Vokasi UI. For this round, we're debating under the motions. This House believes that all research institutes should be prohibited from creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. And without any further ado, calling out the first speaker from the government side of this House.
Udah mulai kah? Good morning to all the judges and participants, ladies and gentlemen alike. Artificial intelligence is a technology that is able to do complex thought that is able to do complex thought that is historically only a human can do. We, as the government side of the motion, believe that all research institutes should establish guidelines about strong artificial intelligence that could perform complex human thoughts. To be clear, we are not prohibiting the usage of artificial intelligence. We are only prohibiting the strong artificial intelligence that is able to emulate the strong, complex human thoughts. We are only prohibiting the strong one because the strong artificial intelligence is only able to emulate human thoughts, not to feel it. For example, if a certain artificial intelligence is built to detect danger and the data that the artificial intelligence has been given have a certain particular race, like let's say black people have more cases than white people and Asian people, so that artificial intelligence banned the black people from joining that particular establishment, which is we as a human, we with our empathy and our thoughts will know that being a certain race doesn't particularly means that you are more dangerous than the other. No. But artificial intelligence conclude that because it's the only data that has been given to them, and they see a certain pattern where as humans can see that pattern and use human empathy to not think like that. So what should we do? We should create guidelines in research institute about the usage of strong artificial intelligence. We should outright ban them and only use our human thoughts and complex emotion and complex thinking, so as we not to not depend on those artificial intelligence and can properly use the data right. That's it from the government side opening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker from the government side of this House. Calling up the first speaker from the opposition side of this House. Samin, is yours.
All right, thank you for your time. Good afternoon, honorable judges, timekeepers, and ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the opponent team, the government team, I'm sorry. I am here standing as the first speaker of the opposition team, and I am here to say that I strongly disagree with what the first speaker of government's team has to say, because, well, I'm going to I'm going to start this with the example, with the depiction of the racial interference. I'm not really sure about what the first speaker was speaking. You know, getting human races as the analogy for artificial intelligence. I really cannot comprehend that one, but I am sure that this motion is really not the correct solution. This House believes that all research institutes should be prohibited from creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. Now, we understand from the government team that they are not prohibiting the creation of stronger AI. That we understand. But the problem is, in this context, is that they are still agreeing with the prohibition, and they're still agreeing with the establishing guidelines. That is a problem for us, opposition team, because we think that in a context generally that AI is a help for the human race. We are living in the 4.0 era, in the industrial revolution era, and I don't see why that we should prohibit anything that corresponds with our responsibility as humans to make the humans' life better. I don't see why that the government team agrees with this motion that that we should limit the chances, we should limit the possibilities, we should limit the potential of the AI itself developed by humans. I don't see why, really. Then, from us, the opposition team, we are very strongly disagree with the government team, because we think that if we prohibit the creation of strong artificial intelligence, whether it be the strong one or the weak one or somewhere in between, it is not the correct solution. We think that the correct solution would not be any prohibition. Guidelines, they're fine, but the prohibition of not making humans more advanced than before is really questionable. So we, as the government team, strongly disagrees with the opposition team strongly disagrees with the government team, and we are proud to say that prohibition from research institutions in creating strong artificial intelligence is not the correct solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker from the opposition team. Continuing the case from the government team, calling out the second speaker from the government side of this house, Taman Presisway.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the second speaker from the government side, and I will represent why this House believes that all research institutes should be prohibited from creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. First of all, I will emphasize the reason why we focused on talking about prohibiting strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. In order to use something as an aid or as a tool, or to use the whole thing to make a regulation, there are nuances that we need to consider. That's why we need to differentiate between strong artificial intelligence and weak artificial intelligence. And in this case, it's not wise if we don't prohibit creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines, because some rules needs nuances where we need to use empathy. The usage of AI for cybersecurity reduces the consideration for details in determining whether an act is morally acceptable or not. Human behaviors vary from different social backgrounds, class, experience, and other aspects that influence their actions. These small nuances should be considered before making a verdict, which AI has limitations for. Empathy. Artificial intelligence is an accumulation of variables which is created by databases gathered from a certain group of people with values. These values will never be enough to fairly regulate unique cases where the situation is not black and white. An absolute regulation will only limit critical judgment, which are essential for judiciary. That is the reason why we believe that we should prohibit all research institutes should be prohibited from creating strong artificial intelligence by establishing guidelines. Because if we're talking about small guidelines, let's say to keep a confidential information, it is something that is pretty black and white. You just need to keep those informations from people, privacy and such, right? It would make sense. But if we're talking about regulating some cases that involve people's behavior, then it wouldn't be that simple. There are so many nuances, aspects, reasons, and factors behind the reason why these people are doing the things that they do. And artificial intelligence and cybersecurity will never be enough to regulate that. And it wouldn't be ethical enough. It wouldn't be morally acceptable. Thank you. That's it from the second speaker.
Okay, thank you for the second speaker from the government side of this house. Continuing the opposition case, I'm calling out the second speaker from the opposition side of this house. I'm yes.
All right. Good afternoon, honorable judges, timekeeper, government team. Thank you for your time. I'm here speaking as the second speaker of the opposition team. The government team mentioned that we should differentiate between strong and weak in the context of AI. And we all know that prohibiting and limiting the use of AI can lead to a powerful setback of the research institution. We should not lower our standards for things that can bring us to the next level of cybersecurity and science. As my first speaker said, prohibition is not the right solution to cuddle your concern. The problem here is that the government team doesn't understand that artificial intelligence can help us, can work with us to develop, to create a more advanced. No, thank you. No, thank you for the POI. More advanced human. So we, from the opponent team, we still strongly decline the prohibition of creating and using the AI. And that's all from us. Thank you.
Can I interrupt?
Sorry, but no, since
Okay.
he's already...
They rejected, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the second speaker from the opposition side of this house. To conclude the case from the government side of this house, I'm calling out the text speaker from the government side of this time and places.
All right. Thank you for the time, honorable judges, my friends, and the opposition team. Before I say something, I want a quick disclaimer that we only disagree by using the strong AI, not the weak ones. In conclusion, we from the government agree that our research institutions are prohibited from creating and using strong artificial intelligence. This is because AI is very minimal in terms of feelings, empathy, and sympathy. AI also has absolute limitation, where AI has empirical weakness, where AI can be said to be unable to carry out the action needed to prepare humanistic research. Results such as interviews, correspondence, press, and direct discussion. This limitation of AI can reach the level of relevance that is so high, especially in social humanities. There's also ethical and philosophical concern about creating a strong AI. Some theorists argue that the idea of programming machines to have human-like consciousness may be impossible or unethical. For example, the idea of creating machines that can suffer or experience emotion raises profound moral questions. Philosopher David Chalmers distinguished between easy problems of consciousness, for example, explaining behavior, and hard problems, explaining subjective experience or qualia. Weak AI addresses easy problems but does not address hard problems, which are essential for strong AI. Philosopher John Searle present the Chinese room argument to illustrate why weak AI can never develop in strong AI. In a thought experiment, a person in the room follows instructions to manipulate Chinese symbols without understanding the Chinese similarity. Weak AI processes input and produces output without actual understanding the information. In conclusion, we from the government side, of course, we agree to use weak one's AI that was data-driven and have no consciousness or understanding. But we strongly disagree that the strong AI was being used because it has understanding and consciousness, which can develop to empirical weakness in the research basis. That's it from the government side. Thank you.
Thank you. To conclude the case from the opposition side of this house, I'm calling out the third speaker from the opposition side of this house. Time and place is yours.
I'm sorry, we have a bad connection in here. Is this our time to speak now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon to honorable judges, to timekeeper, and also the government team. Thank you for making our time here, giving our time to speak in here. And I am Livania as the third speaker of opposition team. And in here, we're going to say that, yes, we are strongly disagree with what you all just said earlier. And we think the prohibition, actually, the idea of small-minded and limited all of the sources that we can use to creating the AI. Okay, so if you having that idea in here, and it means it doesn't give the room for improvement, the chance to keep growing with AI, because it means in here the AI is not teaching us, but AI is here with us. Okay, that is our point in here. So the problem is not the AI, the guidelines that you set, strong or weak, and you guys strongly disagree with the strong AI, whatever you said earlier. But in here, we already said that. I think the government team didn't understand our ideas, that we are prohibited everything about that. So the solution in here is AI is meant to be with us, to work with us. Even in the research institutions, AI, cybersecurity, whatever it is, in every aspect that AI can use. Okay, and this house just and even though this house is only limited into the research institution, and we said in here, if we're not going to have UI right now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to say that again, that even though like the guidelines or whatever I said earlier, that okay, in conclusion, the solution is we are work with AI in every aspect. Okay, And even though this motion is limited into research institution, and even though the government team said about AI in here, the prohibition, and everything about the AI that is limited to research institution, no, we are strongly disagree with that. There is always room for improvement. As you can see in Indonesia, if there is no improvement, you can see what happened in Indonesia. Okay, that's it from opposition team. Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you. To finish up the case from the opposition side of this house, I'm calling out the reply speaker from the opposition side of this house. Come and please is yours.
Is it my time to speak?
Nope. For reply speaker started from the opposition side. So, is there any?
So the number 2?
No. Reply speaker starting from the opposition side of this house. So it started from the opposition, and then it will last with the government side.
Okay. I'm sorry for our mistake earlier. I am here as the reply speech or the former first speaker of the opposition team, and I would like to conclude some things. Let us retract back to our first point that this motion, this house believes that there should be established guidelines, there should be a prohibition for research institutions to create strong AI. And we, as the opposition team, still strongly disagree with that idea. Because first, as I have said and my speakers have said, that first, the problem again is not about the AI. The problem is not about how it is different, like us humans different, like as humans have different race and other stuff that the government team had said. It is about the prohibition, and in research institution that is very questionable for us, the opposition team. Why are you agreeing to something that is prohibiting something for growing more? It doesn't matter if it's weak or strong AI. This is AI, and this is prohibition. This is not growing. You are putting limitations. You are not giving room for improvement. You are canceling out, denying all the outputs. What are we going to do if we do not even have the chance to see the potential of these strong or weak AIs? Because the concern here, I'm going to say this over and over again for the government team, that this is not about the strong or weak AI. We understand the context. You don't need to explain it again to us. And that we are heavily emphasized on the prohibition, the rules, the guidelines. It is not, we think that it is not the best solution. It is not the correct solution for this problem, especially in this era 4.0. The correct solution for us, and that we propose to the judges and all available in this Zoom meeting, is that we don't prohibit anything. Yes, of course, there are some fears. The government team may have some fears and ethicals, but we think that the prohibition itself on its own is already declining any progress for the human life. Since, well, you haven't put any limitations there, we don't know if this is the context of Indonesia or the global. Well, we don't know, but generally, if you're not giving any room for improvement, how is that the correct solution? How is that the something that we would like to hear if we were the people, we were the humans? How? That is my question, and this is the solution that we opposition team had proposed to the judges, and that I'm going to say this one last time: not prohibition. Anything else? Not prohibition. Whether it be for the strong AI, weak AI, somewhere in between. No prohibition. Let the research institutes take their own context and do their own thing, have their own minds to what extent they would like to have the research, the AI being studied. That is completely completely out of our spectrum. But we are here still strongly agree that we should not prohibit anything. Thank you.
I'm assuming this is my turn to speak.
Yep, you can.
All right. The usage of strong artificial intelligence in settings of research institution will make a strong dependency on artificial intelligence. What do I mean here? Research institution relies on the people that is there to think, to formulate their own ideas using strong artificial intelligence, whereas they have complex and they emulate complex human thoughts is not a solution. You said that limiting strong artificial intelligence can only progress society forward, and I disagree with that, because the thinking of human beings cannot be done by something else. What do I mean by that? There are some things that human should judge. By using my analogy previously, that artificial intelligence doesn't have the necessary human thoughts, the human empathy to formulate their own opinions, for their own conclusion. So what do I mean by that? I'm not saying that my previous analogy that this certain race is worse than the other. No, I'm saying that artificial intelligence cannot know that certain race is not better than the other, not the opposite. So the usage of strong artificial intelligence will in turn make a strong dependency on the human to artificial intelligence. What if that artificial intelligence progress so far that they can have their own emotion, complex thoughts, and they feel like they are being used by us humans, like so many sci-fi movies tell before us, like so many stories like Dune, Terminator, and all those movies alike. So no, I don't think we could depend on artificial intelligence to think in a research institution where it's really prioritize that human formulate our own thoughts and not depend on any other things to formulate their own thoughts. Artificial intelligence is only a tool. They are not the master. We are the master. Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much for the reply speech from the government side of this house. Thank you so much for the debate, guys. So me and Sirhan, we're going to deliberate for about 15 minutes. So yeah, we're going back to give the conclusions. Thank you. Oh, check. Before I'm going to start my feedback and give the result, just want to make sure that all of the participants are here, government side and opposition side. Maybe you can on mic or something.
We're here. Comafil is here.
Okay. Before that, just want to make sure your preferability, whether I'm going to give my feedback in English or Indonesia.
Both is fine, I think.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just go in Indonesia. Yeah. Okay. Jadi aku sama Sirhan udah discuss, and that was a tight debate. Congratulations for both of you guys. But maybe there's something missing in that debate, which I'm going to give some explanation first. So it's this house belief that motion. So basically we're going to compare which one is the best way for both of the sides, right? So whether A comparing to B. So in this case, if you guys read the context slide, we're not talking about whether it's going to be prohibited or not, or whether it's going to be established or not, but whether the strong artificial intelligence being established by guidelines or not. Why? Because in the context slide, they has already told you that weak artificial intelligence is problematic and so on and so far, and that's why the powerful AIs counts, but there's still a minor error and so on and so far, and that's the main idea on this debate that you need to define. Okay, sampai di situ. So, I'm going to differentiate my feedback. Firstly, about the general feedback, and then the results and the personal feedback for both of the team. Yeah, I've already done my general feedback and the result. We give for this round. We give the result. Congratulations for the government team from Comafil, and yeah, that was a tight debate. So I'm going to elaborate on how government is over opposition for this motion. Firstly, ketika ini kita membahas tentang this house belief that debate, all you need to do is basically trying to give a counterfactual. Counterfactual itu apa? Kita harus ngasih keywords. Dan di sini Gov udah ngasih 3 keyword yang menurut kami juri itu udah cukup untuk define mereka untuk menang. 3 keyword yang dibawa sama Gov, empathy, protection, sama human behavior. 3 keyword itu udah ngejelasin mengapa powerful AI di sini adalah sesuatu yang problematik, and we need to prohibit it by establishing it with guidelines. And what happened in the opposition side? Opposition side is trying to give a explanation on how this AI in general is going to have a good development, good chance to improve, and so on and so far, right? That's how opposition failed to portray that the powerful AI is something that is problematic, and we need to go back to the weak AI as mentioned in the context slide. How government side is basically win is simply because the first speaker has already mentioned that AI is the machine that has complex thought. Human has the complex thought, and AI, powerful AI is AI that emulate human thought. Itu sebenarnya udah cukup on how government tackling down opposition idea. Tapi di first speaker dari opposition udah ngejelasin juga nih kalau misalnya they agree with the establishing guidelines and the 4.0 era should not prohibiting this, but coming to the second government, she's tackling down by stating that it's not wise because we need some rules, need empathy. She's mentioned about the cybersecurity and information and protection. Dan case ethical and morality udah cukup untuk nge-tackle statement first speaker dari opposition terkait establishing guidelines.
Tapi balik lagi di second, she's trying to differentiate about the prohibiting leads for full step back and so on and so far, but it's still a assertion and it's tackled down by the reply speaker. But unfortunately, I'm not take any notes from the third speaker because that's not how third speaker works. But yeah, I think it's all for the general feedback and the oral feedback. Maybe if you need some explanations or maybe you want to ask anything about the general feedback, you can just approach me by private chat or something. Congratulations for the government side and commemorations for the opposition side. Saya kembalikan ke Ardito.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Kak Novel Akram dan Kak Sirhan atas penilaiannya. Saya ingin kembali mengucapkan terima kasih. Selamat untuk Komafil sebagai pemenang di round 1 ini. Karena sudah selesainya untuk sesi 1 ini, maka perwakilan dari Kapsis dan perwakilan dari Komafil dipersilakan untuk kembali ke main room dan bisa meninggalkan Zoom ini. Oh iya, sebelum meninggalkan, maaf. Kita ada sesi dokumentasi dulu ya. Jadi mohon untuk para peserta kontingen menyalakan kameranya untuk dokumentasi. Akan saya mulai dokumentasinya. 1, 2, 3. Ya, sudah selesai. Baik. Sudah selesai sesi kali ini, maka para peserta diperbolehkan untuk kembali ke ruang main room. Dadah. Halo Kak Najmah, yes. Kak Najmah ada nggak ya? Oh iya, ini Kak, aku baru sadar kalau ternyata kan ini juga di live stream ya. Ini tapi live streamnya cuma ada di main room Kak. Bener kan sih cuma di main room? Oh, oh lagi live stream. Berarti ada di ruang sidang ini kan Kak?
Lagi di ruang sidang.
Oh iya, oke oke. Ternyata iya, agak delay tadi. Makasih ya Kak. Oh itu ya yang aku udah ngechat lain kakak. Iya betul. Iya kak. Oh tapi zoomnya bakal tetap jalan kan ya kak? Oh iya aman kok kak aman. Iya.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Iya kak. Iya iya. Oh, oke. Berarti kalau gitu iya aman sih. Dari uh, Sirhan aman kan ya kalau misalkan nanti deliberasi masuk ke breakout room aja, masuk ke class building aja.
Gimana? Pas deliberasi ininya
Iya.
discussnya di ini yang
Di
case
ruang.
building.
Iya betul. Aman kan ya?
Oke, aman lah, aman.
Oke.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Sehingga mereka konfirmasi lah.
Baik, kita tunggu sebentar ya untuk himpunan dari INSI sekitar 15 menit. Terima kasih. Baik, selamat siang untuk himpunan IMSI dan para swing team. Sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama aku Siti Maulida. Di sini aku akan membacakan tata tertib lomba dari debat Inggris. Dan aku akan menentukan siapa yang akan menjadi tim pro dan tim kontra. Oke, yang pertama, waktu pidato. Setiap pembicara dalam pidato konstruktif atau konstruktif speech diberikan waktu selama 6 menit 35 detik, lalu pidato balasan atau reply speech dilakukan oleh salah satu anggota dari setiap tim, dan untuk pihak pemerintah, diwakili oleh Perdana Menteri atau Wakil Perdana Menteri, lalu untuk pihak oposisi diwakili oleh Ketua Oposisi atau Ketua Oposisi dengan durasi 3 menit 20 detik. Dan pembicara-pembicara ini akan tampil dengan sesuai urutan berikut. Yang pertama, Perdana Menteri diikuti oleh Ketua Oposisi, lalu Wakil Perdana Menteri diikuti oleh Ketua Oposisi, terus yang ketiga Government Whip diikuti oleh Opposition Whip, dan yang terakhir pidato jawaban oposisi diikuti oleh pidato jawaban pemerintah. Yang kedua, POI. Selama sesi pidato konstruktif, POI dapat dilakukan oleh tim lawan setelah menit pertama hingga menit ke-6. Para pembicara memiliki hak untuk menolak atau menerima POI yang diajukan oleh lawan, yaitu sebanyak 3 kali. POI tidak diizinkan pada menit pertama hingga menit terakhir, yaitu 5 menit 30 detik sampai 6 menit 35 detik yang merupakan protected minutes untuk memberikan kesempatan kepada pembicara dalam membuka dan menyimpulkan argumennya. Lalu POI harus disampaikan dalam waktu maksimal 15 detik dan tidak boleh lebih dilakukan terus-menerus dengan tujuan untuk mengganggu konsentrasi pembicara lawan atau trashing. Tim yang melakukan trashing akan dikenakan pengurangan nilai. Dan yang ketiga, pidato balasan atau reply speech. Pidato balasan adalah analisis perbandingan yang memihak mengulas kekuatan dan kelemahan argumen dari kedua belah pihak. Tujuan pidato ini adalah untuk memberikan penilaian mengapa timnya layak menang di mata juri, dan POI tidak diperbolehkan selama reply speech. Baik, para himpunan IMSI dan swing team, apakah bisa on cam? Maaf, untuk himpunan IMSI diharapkan on kamera ya. Dari tata tertib yang tadi udah aku bacain, apakah ada pertanyaan?
Sebetulnya tidak ada, Kak. Terima kasih.
Baik, jika tidak ada, sekarang aku akan menentukan dari tim IMSI terlebih dahulu. Tim IMSI memilih warna merah atau biru?
Merah, Kak.
Baik, untuk tim IMSI memilih warna merah, dan untuk swing team warna biru. Di sini aku akan spin wheel. Yang akan keluar terlebih dahulu ialah menjadi tim government. Apakah sudah terlihat?
Belum. Udah terlihat?
Baik, untuk dari himpunan IMSI menjadi tim government dan untuk menjadi tim oposisi. Maaf, tadi ada kendala sebentar. Baik, sekarang aku akan membacakan mosi ya. Baik, berikut adalah profil dari juri debat bahasa Inggris. Baik, mohon maaf atas kendalanya. Aku akan share screen ulang ya. Baik, yang pertama aku akan mengenalkan tentang profil juri ya. Oke. Yang pertama ada kanal Akram dan ini adalah berikut dari prestasinya. Terus yang kedua dari Kak Sirhan Al-Qodi dan berikut adalah dari prestasinya. Selanjutnya untuk mosi akan saya serahkan kepada juri untuk membacakan. Berikut adalah sesi 2 untuk hari ini, yaitu this house prefers work well militaries invest more in technology, e.g. drones, artificial intelligence, rather than on their human resources and conventional weaponry, e.g. tanks. Apakah ada pertanyaan?
Tidak ada, Kak.
Baik, selanjutnya aku akan stop share screen sebentar ya. Baik, untuk himpunan IMSI boleh memasuki ruangan guest building 1 dan untuk swing team boleh memasuki ruangan guest building. Terima kasih.
Kalau lama-lamain nilai dikurang.
Oh iya.
Heeh. Kok nggak denger? Lo matiin kamera dulu, Rey.
Baik, dari himpunan IMC, apakah sudah hadir semua?
Sudah.
Sudah, Kak.
Baik, terima kasih. Dari swing team, apakah sudah hadir semua?
Sudah. Sudah, Kak.
Baik, terima kasih. Untuk kali ini, kita akan memulai debatnya ya.
Kak, sudah disuruh mulai belum, Kak?
Baik. Baik, sekarang saya serahkan ke juri ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Sisi. So before, let me introduce myself, Sirhan, as judge with my partner, Naufal, or Kalam. So we got here MC as government. So are you ready, guys, MC?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. For the first speaker of the government house, the time is yours.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oh, sudah belum? Ini belum diklik startnya. Oke. AIs can be used on military defenses without any intentions to cause any deaths on humans. But before that, let me introduce you to our pro-government team. I, Rehan Ramadhani Zuhdi, will be the first speaker. Septian will be the second speaker, and Ulia as the third speaker. So we, the government, broadly support that AIs can be used on military defenses, but the definitions is that the usage of AI on military defense could only be used on internal defenses and will not be used on wars such as with other countries. Second of all, there will be no innocent civilians involved because AIs could reduce with the usage of humans, including unconventional usage. All right. So what is AI itself? AI is the assistance which is made by bots to help or assist people. So our arguments have been used are number one is to reduce casualties on wartime. Why? Because during wartime, sometimes militaries are involved in the thousands or tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. And that will be lasting in a longer time during wartime and destroying many buildings. But the usage of AI could reduce the military usage in the front line and more on the back line, and the front line will only used by machines such as drones or other IT-related technologies. Because why? Humans will only work on the back line, such as assisting or programming the AI to target the places that is like the military bases and not the civilian bases. Second of all, is that humans will never lose jobs. There always be jobs on AI, only replacing the conventional with the backlines. That's what I said before. Because the humans itself will be protected from the threats from the enemies, such as bombs or even biological or chemical warfare that may be used on enemies. All right, that's it. Thank you from the pro-government speaker.
First, Speaker of the Government House. So next, for the Speaker of Opposition House, time is yours.
I will start my speech to one. In the points that have been deducted from the previous speaker, I have collected some of the points and reject some of them to provide an alternative that will be used to reject the idea that we should invest more in technological aspects rather than in weaponry. So the first one is it is excluded from the action of the war, but it is severely included in the way the war is targeted. I think that we believe and think that war, AI, and advanced can create unnecessary and presumably a lot of malfunction, and therefore targeted people will also include civilian people and innocent people, and this will create more problems in the future. And the second point that I have collected from the first speaker of government is reducing destruction, because there's a lot of people working in the back line or in the back screen, as we might say. This is true in some sense, but it is not really true in a literal sense, because working in a back lines means that there's people who are working with the technology and also people who work against the technology. And we also believe that this opposition with the technology should be considered, because we cannot consider the fact that the technology itself only include the people who work in backline or in a back screen or in operation room, as we might say here. And the third point that I have collected from the previous speaker is there will be more jobs, because inevitably jobs is not really scarce as AI and advanced technology is provided in our civilization. But this is not true. If we think that jobs is more provided and not scarce in our world, we also have to consider the fact that there's a lot of people that is not qualified to get that jobs. For example, if we invest more in technology and AI for military purposes, we only require people who have that qualification to work in our back screen, backline, or whatever it is. Excluding people who do not have the qualification for the AI and technology. And this will create polarization between people who do not have the qualification and people who have the qualification. And this will create a job scarcity, and also will create a further economic problem. Based on these three points that have been collected from the previous speaker, we have concluded the three main problems when it comes to the usage of AI and technology, advanced technology in military purposes. The first one is when it comes to technology and economy, there will be more malfunction to be considered, because technology and AI is more prone to malfunction, virus, or anything, and also hacking. Because if we assume that we invest more in technology and AI, then other nations will also do the same. So we have to create a more integrated and a more secure technology and AI that also will create more problems in cost and also in economy. And the second point is the subsidy from the civilization of our nation will only be heavily put on the military purpose instead of other purposes such as the transportation, food, and also other political goals. There are also maintenance that will include more costs and also camouflage matter. If we think that technology is better than human, we can say that it is better in camouflage, but it is not because we assume that other nation will also advance in its technology. And the second argument that we propose is that it will decline more job opportunity, and it will also decrease patriotism and nationalism because it excluded people from the job. So nationalism and patriotism is not a matter that will be considered from our nation. And also this will create a post-humanism problem. And the other point that we can assume if we invest more in advanced technology and AI is the after effect. There will be more collateral damage because a lot of innocent people and destruction will be more prone to AI and advanced technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker of the opposition house. So next, for the second speaker of the government house, time is yours. You said first. Wait. I'm sorry, timekeeper. Reset the time, please. Reset the time, please. Yes. Okay. So once again, for the second speaker of the government house, the time is yours. Once again, hello, second speaker of the government house, MC.
All right, wait.
Are you ready? Septian?
Go ahead. All right.
And have a okay.
Thank you for the time that given to me. So technologies such as AI or artificial intelligence can avoid the threatness of that caused by work, but it won't take the human's job. Instead, it will make human more productive in programming tasks. Good afternoon, the honorable timekeeper, the honorable judges, the honorable affirmative team, the honorable so in this house we just focus on military side. We don't talk about other sides or other right. So technologies such as drones provides real-time surveillance during important events such as public gathering or elections. I'm sorry, no. the war. This technology can avoid the So the drone can monitor like large areas quickly and accurately, making it much easier the government to detect the situation in the world. Unlike humans, AI can process and analyze and identifying suspicious thing like that. So we have concluded that the use of AI and drones will be an effective way to avoid the threats of that caused by war. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the second speaker of the government house. Okay. For the next speaker for the opposition team, the time is yours.
Before I start, am I audible? Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So before I continue on our arguments as the opposition team, I'd remind us all that the motion today is this House prefer a world where militaries invest more in tech rather than conventional weaponry. Therefore, we shall focus on this matter and not everything else. It seems that the government team missed the main idea of the motion. Instead, we must talk about the government to push military to invest more in technology instead of conventional weaponry, because the status quo right now is that currently the government has already invested on both places. We as the opposition team would like to propose a couple of points in which why we as the opposition team does not really sit well with the motions, even though we do believe that we do not deny the fact that the importance of investing in of militaries in technology. But we must see as well, instead of investing more, we must understand the pre-existing issue, which is the lack of job opportunities. There are exactly 6 main points that I'd like to point out. First thing first is that human element in this life is irreplaceable. Skills and judgment. Human soldiers provide critical judgment and moral decision making that machines and artificial intelligence cannot replicate. Second, ethics and accountability. Humans are accountable for their actions in ways that autonomous systems like drones or AI cannot be. A heavily reliance on tech may lead us to unethical challenges, like the potential for civilian casualties caused by malfunctioning or unaccountable systems. This over-reliance on technology is very risky because we do have a thing that's called as cyber vulnerability, or modern warfare technologies such as drones, AI, IT systems are susceptible to hacking and cyber attacks, potentially crippling military operations if adversaries compromise these systems. Technological failures can fall, and technology can fail due to bugs, glitches, and unpredicted circumstances, while human soldiers have adaptability and the ability to think on their own feet with dynamic and to face unpredictable environments. Third is that the problem of cost and accessibility. The high cost of technology with investing heavily in cutting-edge technology can be prohibitively expensive, leading to an imbalance where wealthier countries can dominate while poorer countries are left behind. Widening the military gap is also one of the main issues in this particular motions, is that this could increase global inequality in military strength, making it harder for smaller or developing nations to defend themselves or deter against aggressions. The fourth main point is that conventional weapons and human forces are still effective. Proven effectiveness are shown, like guns and tanks and well-trained soldiers have been time-tested in various terrains and combat situations. I will take one example during the guerrilla war that is being led by General Sudirman back in when we are still facing the Dutch. We managed to win the war with only our skills and adaptability as humans and conventional weapons without any advanced or modern technology, they remain critical in warfare. By they, I mean the humans and the soldiers. Therefore, it is absolutely pivotal for us to train the human resources. And then moving on, a combined arms approach, a balanced approach using both technology and human resources is more strategic than prioritizing on one over another. Therefore, we as the opposition team believe in balance of investments, not in pushing one side of the wheel and letting the other one fall behind. And the fifth thing is that we would like to point it out is that human has a thing called moral and social considerations. By pushing on technology and using AIs and other drones and etc., we kind of dehumanizing war. Increasing reliance on technology could lead to dehumanized warfare, where decisions about life and death are made remotely or by machines, which could erode the gravity and humanity of combat. Second, impact on employment, like my partner had said earlier, is that we need to help society, to help the welfare of our society. Reducing human soldiers and conventional forces could negatively impact employment opportunities for individuals in the military, especially in the countries where the military is a key source of employment, like Vietnam and Myanmar. Other point is that military and leadership and training, leadership and experience is something that we as human soldiers, as soldiers, particularly experienced commanders, provide leadership in the field that no AI or automated system can replicate. War is not about just tactics, but also about human psychology and decision-making under stress. And with this particular issue, I would like to push out the fact that military is we need a human to evolve and train. Militaries evolve by learning from the past experience, but machines can only operate based on the pre-program or prompt that being made by humans through data making. Humans can adapt strategies and tactics in real time, which is crucial for success in predictable combat environments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Second speaker of opposition house. So for the next speaker, the third speaker from government house. The time will start when you start to talk. Okay. So for the time is yours.
AI is used to help humans, not to replace them. That is the utmost point I will point in this argument. But before that, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the honorable judges, opponent team, the honorable teammates, and the timekeeper. Today, I will be doing two things, which is rebutting the arguments from the other side and reinforce my team argument to help our arguments. And I'm going to explain why we will still stand until the end. Okay, so first of all, the other team said that invest more in military, it means it reduces all the other countries' purposes, such as foods and etc. But we strongly believe that if the country is ready for AI or technology investment, they are ready for the budgets, for the strategies and all the things that need to be prepared. So it's not an unready country who cut the budget for everything just for one thing, but it is the country who is already ready to spend more budget because they have it. That is the first point. Okay. And then the second thing is the opponent team said that human is irreplaceable and they are decision making. We already explained that humans used in the back, which means they are used to control the AIs, to control the robot drones and stuff. So the decision maker of these military things are still humans. That is to be clear. Still humans and not the drone itself. Because of course people will know that AI technologies cannot make their own decisions. So for that, humans will still make the decision in the backfield. The next one, the other team said that they did not decline that investment in AI is truly important. It means they are agree with our arguments. It doesn't matter how their arguments are, but they are fully agree with our arguments, but stating another arguments. But the point is they agree with us, and that is all we need to know, that they agree with our arguments despite all the other reasons. Okay, and then I want to rebut also when in the guerrilla war. In the guerrilla war, they only uses conventional weapons and skills. But time has changed. Other countries and also few other countries more already use something technology based. And if we're still using conventional based weapons and human skills for that, we will be held back to that. We will not going to win the war like before, because before all humans uses conventional weapon. Even the most powerful weapon at the time was guns. There are no robotic mind robots and stuff. That is for the example. They only uses guns for the most powerful, even motor tanks. But today, in this day, people uses more than only conventional things. They uses technologies and stuff. So the point is, if we still use conventional weapons and skills, we will be held behind, and it will not protect our country from anything, because using technologies and invest more in it can protect our country, and we cannot decline that. Because I stated one more that AI is used for helping us and not replacing us, because the decision makers are still in humans in the backline, not the AI to make the decision itself. And for the next one, I will state that the opponent team said is when drones can kill people in not intended to, because they cannot make decisions and stuff. All right. But our team has said that drones can protect civilians. Technology such as drones can protect civilians in the way to spectate the humans in war, to not kill other people the way they intended to, but not to kill the civilians that has no problems with the war. Drones can detect that. Technology can detect it, but humans are subjective. Humans are subjective and not objective like technologies. So such as that, we decline the opposition team argument, which state that drones could purposely or impurposely kill innocent people and civilians. Okay. And this, we are talking about this topic is only belongs to military. It's not for human mental health and human transportation and something else, but we define it as only in military circle, not in other circle. So I would like to state my team's argument once more that we are strongly agree with this motion. AI should be invested more in military more than conventional weapons.
The time is over.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for this third speaker of the government house. So the next one is for the opposition house. The time is yours. Third speaker.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to give my thanks to the judges and to the government team to have spent a splendid time for finding new arguments. Because as far as I know, in whip session, we we cannot bring new arguments well in that section. So I'd like to point out that it is prohibited when that time to open a new arguments. But let's just say you forget. But I will get to the arguments about why I believe we have stronger grounds in this debate. Based on the arguments that my team have said about job opportunities and human lives in general. Because the government team seems to doesn't understand that in order to steer or operate a high-end technology, let alone a military one, we need a very highly trained person. Therefore, the cost and time to train such person is immensely higher than to just spend them in soldiers' welfare or such. And also, I'd like to point out that we are agree that we need to spend in technologies. But we do that the most of our spending is spent on technologies or AI because, well, first of all, it will be very costly. It will be very expensive to experiments or getting better at the technologies. And when the third speaker said about the drones and such can detect enemies or such, I'd like to point out that to reach such level in AI or technologies, we need a very, very expensive budget. Therefore, instead of going all in about technologies or AI that will unfortunately give up the opportunities to human counterparts like soldiers' welfare or such, we are strongly agree that we need to prioritize more in soldier welfare. Okay, I would like to end my speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of the opposition team. So now the time for the replay speaker. So the time is yours.
Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. We as the opposition team believe that we have won this debate simply because we managed to keep our topics simply in the motions. Might as well remind all of us again that our motion today is that this House prefer for military to invest more on technology rather than conventional weaponry. This does not mean that the government hasn't invests in either of those places, but the government are trying or prefers to invest more on one side. We believe that it is not exactly proportional to do so simply because we have a lot of reasons. First things first is that as a human being, as a government, we must be able to see something not only partially and not only focusing on like the weapons like drones attacking humans and everything else. Where we must focus on something that is way more holistic. Is that the fact that human element is irreplaceable? It is something that is indisputable. The fact that we are trying to prove the point that over-reliance in technology is very risky is completely easy for us to digest for the reasons. And third is that we believe that by balancing both investments in both area or places, we can press the costs and the government spendings on one side, and we can balance more aspects in the militaries. And like we've said before, is that conventional weaponries and other militaries, human forces are still effective. With the example that I have been stated, or my colleagues have been stated on the previous speech. Therefore, moving on, there are also factors in terms of like moral and social considerations, and that this thing the government did overlook is that dehumanizing war, increasing reliance on technology. We're not saying that human does not drive or does not sit behind the wheel of the technology. We're saying that we need to keep the balance that is already being stated right now by the government themselves, or instead of like pushing more on technology and risking the balance between human resources and conventional weaponries and against technologies such as drones, AI, and IT's elements and aspects in life. And thus, we as the opposition team, we believe that we have won this debate due to those factors that we managed to focus on and did not overlook on the holistic scale. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the reply speech from opposition team. So next, for the reply speech from government house, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. And I will want to state why my team has stands even until the end with our argument. So first of all, we stated that we are in the motion of government still needs to spend more. This needs to spend more in the technology-based weaponry and not in the conventional one. And our team, I strongly believe, and we have already stated that the country who will do this, that improve the investment in technological warfare, is the one that is already stabilized, that one is already ready for the change, already ready for the change in their military weaponry in technologies, not the one that still needs to be balanced and not the one who's not stabilized and everything. We already stated that. My colleagues and I already stated that in our previous arguments. Okay. So we need to keep the balance. The other team said we need to keep the balance, but balance in these days are
Okay, I'm sorry because the replay speech is from, it must be the first speaker or the second speaker.
sorry for the mistake. Sorry for the mistake.
Yes.
We will repeat it once again. Very sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll repeat for the replay speech from government house. Ready? Okay, the time is yours. Once again, for the replay speech from government house, the time is yours. Excuse me, the government house. Are you ready? For the reply speech?
All right, we're ready.
Okay, the time is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rana Manusudi. We will be as the replay speaker. All right. So why the House must agree on the motion is because countries will always ready for the change from as the technologies change, countries must be ready and will not just be balancing between who's conventional and who's not. And second of all, the wars must be changed and will not be just on the conventional usage. What we change is not just how the rule it is, but also the technology that will be used. Because the what opposition said beforehand is always out of topic. When second of all, and why our team must win is because the usage of AI will not will not will not terminate all of the jobs, but only some. But it will create new more on the technological divisions who are trained, who are prepared to further change, especially on the defense of our nation. Second of all, the usage, the reduction of the human loss of the wartime could be managed, not just the civilians, but also the military side. And the third of all, the last of all, is that there will be never be risks between the humans and the operators on the back line. Thank you from the first speaker. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, the reply speaker from the government house. So I would like to say thank you to both of the team that the debate was ended. So right now it's time for us, the judges, for deciding the winner and do deliberation around 15 minutes. So thank you.
Baik untuk himpunan MC dan untuk swing team, mohon ditunggu ya sekitar 15 menit. Terima kasih. Baik, untuk Kak Sirhan dan Kak Akram boleh memberikan feedback untuk para kontingen dan bisa mengumumkan siapa pemenangnya. Terima kasih.
Oke, sebelum terima kasih, ini buat IMSI udah lagi pegang device-nya nggak? Boleh on cam dulu yuk.
Pegang Kak.
Gimana? Ya, oke. Oke, sebelumnya aku ngucapin terima kasih ya karena udah menjalani debat ini dengan lancar gitu kan. Sementara ada beberapa kesalahan, cuman ya sudah bisa diatasi juga. Dan di sini nanti kita bakal ngasih sesi feedback, pengumuman siapa pemenangnya, dan juga general feedback gitu ya. Mungkin bisa dilanjut oleh Kak Akram.
Oke, halo, suara aku terdengar jelas nggak ya?
Terdengar Kak.
Okay, before I start my general feedback, I'm going to ask your preferability, whether you guys want the feedback in English or Indonesia.
The language you're comfortable to is okay.
Okay, so I'll just go with English, I guess. So thank you guys for the debate. That was a tight debate. Such a great argument that comes from both of the teams. I'm going to define my feedback into two parts. Firstly, about the result, and secondly, about the overall feedback for both of the team. Firstly, about the result. For this round, I'm going to give the points or the result for the opposition side of this house. Congratulations for swing teams and commemorations for government team. But unfortunately, since the winning team is swing team, so you guys cannot do for the semifinal. But yeah, let's just go for the oral feedback. Firstly, about the government. For the first speaker is talking about supporting AI can use for military. You have portrayal about the nose of the civilians involved and so on and so far. But unfortunately, second speaker from the opposition side of this house, first speaker from the opposition could tackle both of that portrayal and give a good mechanisms on how 3 points about malfunction, subsidy of nations, and nationalism could tackling down that arguments. And after that, first speakers from oppositions give an explanation about investment for the after effect, and that scenario is couldn't be tackled by the second speaker. And all I can note from the second speaker is only about that drone provide the real time. And after that scenario, you just give an extension from the first speaker. So the second speaker from government is kind of redundant. And then coming up to the second speaker from opposition, you have portrayal the status quo, but government has already invested, and the 6 point of how your identity of team is more delightful from the other bench, and the impact of unemployment has a good closing statement for your team to build up the atmosphere of the debate. Lastly, but the third speaker from the government is only given extension about argument, and both of the third speaker from the opposition juga cuman ngasih extension, which is that's not how third speaker works. Third speaker should comparing on how both the arguments works and weighing on how your identity of the team is better than the other one, not give a rebuttal extension or simply give another argument for the team. And that's why on that 3 point of scenario, which is more malfunction, subsidy of nationalism, and 6 scenarios that comes from opposition, makes opposition win the debate for this motion. So yeah, congratulations for swing teams, and thank you so much for the government team.
Baik, terima kasih untuk Kak Abram dan Kak Sirhan. Sebelumnya aku mau mengucapkan selamat untuk kepada tim Swing Team yang sudah memenangkan lomba ini. Tetapi untuk Swing Team tidak akan maju ke semifinal. Dan yang akan maju ke semifinal yaitu adalah himpunan dari IMSI. Sekarang kita akan melakukan sesi dokumentasi ya. Boleh on cam ya semuanya.
Saya akan mengambil alih untuk sesi dokumentasinya. Oke, akan saya dokum 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sudah.
Terima kasih untuk tim Swing Team dan himpunan IMSI. Sekarang boleh meninggalkan ruang Zoom. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Kak.
Terima kasih, Kak.
Sebelumnya sudah boleh keluar apa balik ke utama?
Iya, boleh leave dari Zoom ya. Terima kasih.
Recording stopped.
Permisi, sebelumnya ini aku mau tanya untuk Kak Zahra dan Kak Alisha, panitia bukan?
Bukankah aku nanti debat Inggris dari IKABA?
Oh iya, baik, baik, baik. Eh, baik, kalau gitu debatnya masih akan dimulainya jam 4 ya, sambil menunggu teman-teman dari sastra Inggris juga.
Recording in progress.
Baik, karena sudah jam 4, yang artinya sudah harus dimulai debat ini, saya ingin bertanya apakah perwakilan dari IKABA sudah ada di ruangan semua?
Sudah. Sudah.
Oh, oke. Kalau begitu, apakah perwakilan dari IKMI sudah ada di ruangan semua?
Sudah ada, Kak.
Oke. Baik, kalau begitu, selamat siang untuk Himpunan IKABA dan Himpunan IKMI. Sebelumnya perkenalkan, nama saya Ardito. Di sini saya akan membacakan tata tertib lomba debat bahasa Inggris dan akan menentukan siapa dari tim menjadi tim government. Pertama, saya akan menjelaskan kembali mengenai tata tertib waktu pidato. Setiap pembicara dalam pidato konstruktif atau constructive speech diberikan waktu selama 6 menit 35 detik. Lalu pidato balasan atau reply speech dilakukan oleh salah satu anggota dari setiap tim, dan untuk pihak pemerintah itu hanya bisa dilakukan oleh Perdana Menteri atau Wakil Perdana Menteri. Lalu untuk pihak oposisi hanya boleh dilakukan oleh Ketua Oposisi atau Wakil Ketua Oposisi. Dengan durasi 3 menit 20 detik. Urutan pembicara-pembicara akan sebagai berikut. Yang pertama adalah Perdana Menteri, lalu diikuti dengan Ketua Oposisi. Yang kedua adalah Wakil Perdana Menteri, dan diikuti oleh Wakil Ketua Oposisi. Lalu yang ketiga adalah Government Whip, lalu diikuti dengan Opposition Whip, dan yang keempat adalah pidato jawaban dari oposisi atau reply speech dari oposisi, lalu diikuti oleh reply speech dari pemerintah. Selanjutnya saya akan menjelaskan peraturan mengenai POI atau Point of Information. Selama sesi pidato konstruktif atau constructive speech, Point of Information dapat dilakukan oleh tim lawan setelah menit pertama hingga menit ke-6. Para pembicara memiliki hak untuk menolak atau menerima POI yang diajukan oleh lawan, dan hanya dapat ditolak sebanyak 3 kali. Dan tim yang terkena POI wajib untuk merespon POI tersebut, baik itu diterima atau ditolak. POI tidak diizinkan pada menit pertama, 0 sampai 1 menit, dan menit terakhir 5 menit 30 detik sampai 6 menit 35 detik, yang merupakan protected minutes untuk memberikan kesempatan kepada pembicara dalam membuka dan menyimpulkan argumennya. POI harus disampaikan dalam waktu maksimal 15 detik dan tidak boleh dilakukan terus-menerus, dengan tujuan mengganggu konsentrasi pembicara lawan atau yang kita bisa sebut trashing. Tim yang melakukan trashing akan dikenakan pengurangan nilai. Lalu selanjutnya saya akan menjelaskan tata tertib mengenai pidato balasan atau reply speech. Pidato balasan adalah analisis perbandingan yang memihak, mengulas kekuatan dan kelemahan argumen dari belah pihak. Tujuan pidato ini adalah untuk memberikan penilaian mengapa timnya layak menang di mata juri. POI tidak diperbolehkan selama pidato balasan atau reply speech. Sejauh ini apakah ada pertanyaan?
Tidak ada.
Baik, bila tidak ada pertanyaan, maka saya akan langsung Lanjut ke penentuan tim government dan tim opposition. Selanjutnya saya akan meminta perwakilan dari masing-masing himpunan ingin memilih head or tails.
ICME will pick tails.
Oke. Baik. Kalau begitu, yang terpilih pertama akan menjadi tim government ya. Baiklah, kalau begitu kita bisa menentukan kalau IKABA adalah tim government dan IKMI adalah tim opposition. Selanjutnya kita akan masuk ke reveal mosi debatnya. Oke. Konteks dari mosi untuk ronde ketiga ini adalah artificial general intelligence is the hypothetical intelligence that has the capacity to understand or learn any intellectual task that a human being can. Lalu mosinya adalah this house would limit the use of artificial general intelligence to the government and government controlled institutions. Apakah ada pertanyaan mengenai mosinya? Baik, bila tidak ada pertanyaan untuk mosinya, maka saya akan mengingatkan kembali untuk para kontingen merename namanya menjadi format yang sudah saya kirim. Maka saya akan mempersilahkan untuk perwakilan IKABA untuk memasuki breakout room case building pertama dan IKMI untuk breakout room case building kedua.
program.
Oke, selamat datang untuk para perwakilan himpunan. Terima kasih sudah kembali lagi ke ruang sidang ini. Selanjutnya saya akan mengabsen terlebih dahulu. Apakah perwakilan IKB sudah ada semua?
Sudah.
Baik. Apakah perwakilan IKB sudah ada semua?
Sudah ada, Kak.
Kalau begitu, selama berjalannya debat ini akan dipandu oleh juri. Jadi saya persilakan.
Thank you, Arito. So, hello everyone. Let me introduce myself. Me, Sirhan, as judge, with my partner Akram. So here we got a government. We got a Ikaba as government. So for the first speaker of Government House, are you ready? Okay, if ready, for the first speaker of Government House, the time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, judges, timekeepers, and the entire committee. First of all, I want to explain what it is artificial general intelligence, sometimes referred to as strong AI or full AI, is a form of artificial intelligence that is capable of understanding, learning, and applying knowledge across a wide range of tasks and domains, similar to human cognitive abilities. Unlike artificial network intelligence, which is specialized and limited to specific tasks, AGI possesses general cognitive abilities and can perform any intellectual task that a human being can. And there's a key characteristic of AGI. The first is general cognitive abilities. The second is learning and adaptation. The third is understanding and contextual awareness. And the fourth is autonomous problem solving. And as we know, AI has a positive impact on our life or can help is human work. However, excessive use is still not good, just as in the use or application of AI, excessive use can cause new problems. For example, in the field of education, in CMAC with the use of AI, and where this individuals remain studying at AI, this is course make all students who have to study hard and sacrifice time, money, and energy to be able to study at uni feel cheated. And this is what makes the government need to limit the use of AI. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the first speaker of Government House. So it's time for the first speaker of Opposition House. The time is yours.
Okay, good evening, honorable jury, the government, and everyone. We, as the opposition, oppose to the idea of the limitation of the general intelligence, the limitation of the artificial intelligence being used in government and government-controlled institution. And we support the use of artificial general intelligence being used in government and government-controlled institution. Our goal is to prove that artificial general intelligence benefits outweighs the disadvantages. We would implement this AGI on several sectors with its ability to handle everything. And our arguments, if we're that we oppose to the we're opposed to the idea of the limitation of the AGI is AGI can help immensely in the cybersecurity field. With AGI, they could adapt to the problems that we are currently facing in the cybersecurity. AGI can be our key in facing cyber threats in future. It is important that we do not limit these things, but to have correct regulations and safety precautions to avoid unwanted things. With the use of AGIs, cyber attacks could be avoided. AGI can find hidden malware with its ability to activate the threats. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you for the first speaker of opposition house. So next, for the second speaker of the government house, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the time, honorable judge, also ladies and gentlemen. So, as a government team, we strongly support that the use of AI needs to be strictly limited within a government and government control institution. So, as the speaker one from government team say that cases and as during SIMAKUI, especially if exam supervision is not strict or uses an online format. So this creates loopholes for cheating because it is difficult for a supervisor to monitor each participant in detail. So therefore, the government needs to take action such as conducting the exam offline. Also, additionally, laws can be enforced more strictly against institutions that violates AI usage restrictions. So, for example, if an institution is found to be using AI for purpose that infringe on privacy or engage in discrimination, they can face serious legal consequence. So this could include immediately marking individuals who cheat and ultimately barring them from entering any public university. So also for the speaker from the opposition one, you say that AI can handle everything. So for this motion, so I just want to ask that what's the proof and what's the cases that happened recently that that probably AI needs to be not to be strictly limited within a government and government control institution. So I also want to bring the recent cases of deep fakes being used in government institutions, highlight how AI generated content in increasingly being weaponized in political and cybersecurity context. For instance, in the National Security Agency and the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, warning about the growing use of deepfakes as a tool of disinformation and cyber threats. This agency highlights how deepfakes can be used to impersonate government officials or executive, thereby undermining trust in institution and enabling fraudulent access to sensitive data or systems. So in particular, deepfakes have been linked to disinformation campaigns that spread false information on political, social and economic issues, so potentially leading to public unrest and confusion. Also, additionally, there have been several instances globally where deepfakes were used to manipulate elections. So, for example, during the 2023 Nigerian elections, an AI manipulated audio clip falsely implicated a candidate in election manipulation. So this mirrors broader concern about deepfakes being used to influence voters and undermine electoral integrity. So as the deepfakes become more sophisticated and accessible, institutions are increasingly adopting the election tools and response strategies to mitigate this threat. So, however, experts caution that not only the deepfakes themselves, but the perception of their ubiquity can erode trust in legitimate information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the second speaker of government house. So next, for the second speaker of opposition house, the time is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. So we, the opposition, would like to first say that though we support the use of artificial general intelligence, we do realize that we need proper regulations and guidelines for this such thing. The second speaker of the government mentioned that they have concerns about privacy and deepfakes. Now, what I'm about to say is that with AGI, we are able to face things like these as well. AGI can be a key to great vulnerability management. So traditional approaches to vulnerability management, which often wait for high-risk vulnerabilities to be exploited before addressing them, have proven insufficient in today's cybersecurity landscape. So, in this context, the combination of AI and machine learning offers a proactive and predictive approach to vulnerability management. AI's ability to analyze and learn from data revolutionizes vulnerability management by providing early detection and proactive measures. I would like to give you some data to back this up. Based on the evidence given by Darktrace, a leading cybersecurity company based in the UK, says that security teams have seen a reduction in triage time by 90% using AI technology in cybersecurity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like you to think about is, if AI in the current age is able to do something as great as this, what about AGI? An AI that's much stronger and better than the AI of the current age. If done correctly, this AGI can be our key to a strong cybersecurity. Now, you might say that AI for attackers, for people that attack the government institutions, can evolve as well. And that is exactly why we cannot limit the use of AGI. If we limit the use for us, if we limit the use for government institutions, the attackers will still improve their AI. If we don't continue on AI, AI cannot, please a moment. Yeah. AI's development cannot stop. If we don't do it, someone else will. Someone else who may not have the best intentions. So that is exactly the reason why AGI is our key. We need to have AGI of ourselves. If not, someone else with bad intentions will. One other argument that I would like to give you is that AGI is good in solving problems. AGI has the ability to solve many of the problems we face today. AGI, with its immense capability to work on every field, is one that is super important. It could work on climate change problems, trash, poverty, and many more. AGI has abilities through every field, and that is why we cannot limit the use of AGI. AGI has the ability to think by itself, to create new things, unlike that of current day of AIs. AGI has the ability to innovate. AGI has the ability to think. If we limit the use of AGI, we would be sacrificing so much thinking power that could otherwise be used for so much great things. If we just use AGI, it would be such a great asset to us, humanity. That is all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Second speaker of the Penyisihan House. So next, for the third speaker of the government house, the time is yours.
Okay, my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. As Margaret Habermas said, for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, and debate. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable judges and the honorable committee and the pro team that I'm proud of. Introduce me, Alicia, as the third speaker for today's debate with the motion. Me, as a pro team, strongly agree with today's debate motion. Today, I will strengthen and elaborate has delivered. But before I strengthen my team statement, let me review the statement that be given by the opposite team. You said before that we shouldn't limit the AGI or artificial general intelligence because maybe the attackers or the hackers will develop their own and government is not developed. Well, it's true that the attackers let's say in an election can develop their own AI, but the government still should limit and control the AGI to ensure that advanced security measures are in place to protect against a lot of threats. And then governments also can implement maybe the strong cybersecurity protocols and collaborate with a lot of AI institutions. And I would say your argument it's irrelevant to our motions today because our pro team is not to use AI at all, but we are. Our proposed is to limit the artificial general intelligence, not all to use it. So as my friend said, as the second speaker of Pro Team said, that CMAC AI is really happened in this year. So this is the real case, the real data that not limit the AI general intelligence. It's really affected and to our to institution that controlled by government. And then to strengthen my friend's argument, AI system like for UI and testing can sometimes interfaces, leading to a lack of inclusivity and potentially harmful for the other who are already study, who are already spending their money for maybe the courses they took. So it's really have to limit. The government should be limit, and UI is the part of the government control or is under the law government. So I think this is the real case and the data case of our today's motion as is really supporting to our motion that yes, we should limit the AI, artificial intelligence. And then the second is I want to speak about the election that my friends told before. AI system can use to manipulate voter opinions, and then maybe it leads to a lot of problems. And then limiting AI in AGI in election reduced to risk such manipulation. And then limiting is ensuring that a political campaigns or election are conducted fairly and transparently without influence from the AI or artificial general intelligence. So the last, maybe I will give the solution. And the solution, I think it's truly strengthen our argument. So the solution is we should create, or yes, it's limitation too. We should create regulations maybe and standard for the AGI development and uses. And this regulation should cover a lot of consideration, including the data privacy, cybersecurity, and then the government have to control and allows for the establishment of the standard. And then the government should ensure the AGI is used responsibly. And by saying limited of the artificial general intelligence, we ensure AGI is developed and used in the right way. And we should set a comprehensive regulation and standard for AGI. And then limiting artificial general intelligence or AGI is over several solutions for a lot of problem. As my team said, is first is CMAC AI, and the second is for the election. But I believe there's a lot of problem that it could be solved if we limit the use of the artificial general intelligence. And then of course we can gain a lot of benefit if we can mitigate. And of course that my team, as said before, we are really strongly agree with the limitation of the artificial general intelligence. Thank you for me.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of Government House. So next, for the third speaker of Opposition House, the time is yours.
I will start in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Good evening, our judges, Shirhan, and all the
friends from the government teams. So let me speak our argument. The first thing is, if we limit the AGI, it will be a disadvantage for us as a humans. If the government team say that the AGI for the CMAC for cheating or like why we prove the case, why not be limited, and warning the cyber change and increasingly legitimate informations, or maybe a concern about a deep fake something and like that. So I'll be replay the argument about my teams. Wait a moment. Okay. So AGI can be the key for the amazing cybersecurity. It can be help our immensely in the cybersecurity field. With the AGI, they could adapt all the problems that we are currently facing the cybersecurity. So the example is maybe like, it can be impact for the economics, like for the great vulnerability management, traditional approach to vulnerability management, which often wait for the high-risk vulnerabilities to be exploited before addressing them. We have a proven enforcement in the today's cybersecurity landscape. So in this context, the combination of the AI and the machine learning, it can be proactive and predictive approach to the vulnerability management. It can be like analyzed, learn from the data revolutionized vulnerability management and providing early detections and proactive measures. Other than that, and how AGI can do this by the being is the key, and why it's not can be the key to amazing cybersecurity a time for the okay. If we limit, we will be missing out of so many beneficial things it could give, that it's not why AGI should not be limited for that things. Okay, back to the argument for my second team. For the team, it can be the innovation and competition that the limiting AGI is to government and government control. It could be stable innovation and competition, a private entities, including like startup or small business, or like their agility, willingness to take the risk. Restricting an access to AGI could hinder development of a new application and a service that benefits society. How could be the impact for the economy? It could be strictly could lead us to the economic stagnation. The rapid development and deployment of the AI technologies have already shown the significant productivity gains in the various industries, such like finance and healthcare. And maybe like, I think the CMAC for cheatings or something like a deep fake, it not contribute why we should limit the AGI for our security, cyber security. And AGI can have abilities to solve many problems we face today. And AGI, its immense capability to work on every field, one that's super important. It will work a climate change problem, stress, poverty, and many more. AGI has to create new things by itself. Like unlike the current days of AIs, if we limit the use of AGI, we will be sacrificing so much thinking power that could otherwise be used for so much many great things. If we use the AGI, so it will be like such a great asset for us, for the humanity, for the educational, economic, or maybe things like we can be concerned like a government control and oversight. safety concern on balancing innovation and risk. It can be like the challenging to rapid the evolution and diverse in the application. Some propose RECA-based approach where the higher risk and application are subject to the stricter regulation. However, its approach face implementation obstructions, including defining and measuring risk, ensuring that regulation is not the data innovations. So many use of an AI government or AGI, it can be challenging. But back to my argue, it can be like an important capability to work every field. It will be like an ability to think about create new things, limit or use. If you limit, it would be like otherwise so much great things that we use of AGI would be such a great asset for humanity, economic and our everything like that. I think that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the third speaker of Penyisihan House. So next, we go to the replay speaker of opposition. But I will emphasize that the replay speaker must be first speaker or second speaker. Okay, so for the replay speaker of opposition house, the time is yours.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so from the arguments that we have provided, that the opposition have provided, I think it is clear that we have the upper hand. And now, why is that? The reason is because we have mentioned real-world examples, such as that of dark trace. Dark trace, because of AI, is able to enhance triage time by 90%. Now, other than that, we managed to provide AGI in lots of different fields, such as that of AGI in solving problems, AGI in cybersecurity, and AGI in innovation and competition. Now, what the government team failed to do is to give a strong reason. Why is it to limit the AGI? What we have said is that if AGI is limited, we are left out on so much great things. With AGI's ability to solve problems, to solve real-world problems that we're having, like climate change, trash, poverty. If we limit AGI, we may not have a solution for problems such as this and future problems in the future, and problems in the future. That is why I think we, the opposition team, believe that we won this debate. We have provided many arguments that which makes sense makes sense for the future. Other than that, that is all for me.
Okay, thank you, the replay speaker of the opposition house. Next, we'll go to the replay speaker of government house. Time.
Okay, I will speak in 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the argument that you give. So, as a government team, we strongly support that the use of AI needs to be strictly limited within a government and government control institution. So we have a motion here to limit the use of AI, not to eliminate AI. It's true that AI is very useful for us, but there are many cases that have occurred, such as the cases that have been reported by the government team, such as the cheating and the SIMAK UI and deepfakes that government has recently used for election case. Like AI system can be used to manipulate voter opinions through target misinformation and micro-targets ads. Limiting AI in elections reduce the risk of such manipulation, ensuring that political campaigns are conducted fairly and transparently without the influence from automated system. Traditional methods are often more understandable and less prone to hidden biases. So that's not good for the future. If you want to No, there isn't. We say that that's not good for the future and our future generation. That if we're not limit the AI itself, the point is that we still use it, but it needs to be limited. So you said that we can't have a limit, but the government has. But the government has a contract to limit that because the government is the biggest institution in this country in every country. So the government can enact laws that regulating the use of AI in both the public and private sectors. These regulations can include limitation on the use of AI in specific fields such as health, finance, security, and education. So the government can also establish standards for ethical and responsible AI usage. So additionally, the government has formed as a regulatory body. The name is Cominfo, that which is specifically tasked with monitoring and controlling the development and use of AI. So this body can set guidelines for companies and institutions to ensure that AI usage complies with applicable laws and policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, the reply speaker of the government. So I would like to say thank you guys for all both teams. You are amazing. And the debate was ended. So right now it's time for judges to do deliberations, like around 15 minutes or less maybe, for deciding a winner of this match. Thank you. Oke, halo guys. Ini boleh on cam dulu nggak? Ada dari IKMI itu Fauzi ya. Oke, sebelumnya aku ngucapin makasih banyak kalian udah membuat debat ini berjalan lancar. Dan juga sekarang mungkin masuk ke sesi feedback dari kita dan juga pemenang ya. Dan juga beserta penjelasannya. Mungkin bisa dilanjutin oleh Alval.
Oke, halo. Suara aku jelas nggak ya? Sorry. Oke.
Jelas, Kak.
Before I start my feedback, I just want to ask your preferability whether you want the feedback could be stated in Indonesia or English.
As you comfort. In what, it's okay too.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just give my feedback in English. Okay, I'm going to split my feedback into 3 parts. Firstly, about the general feedback, the result, and the oral feedback. Firstly, about the general feedback. This motion is a this house vote motion, which means both of the team should give a strong mechanisms whether how to imply these motions under their side of this house. So the key point of this debate is how to imply the whether limitations are not limiting artificial intelligence. So that's how it should be work. It should be work, and because of that, that I will explain it specifically more on my third part. Because of that, me and Sirhan decided to give the winning team for oppositions. Congratulations for opposition side of this house and commemorations for the government side of this house. Coming up to my oral feedback. Firstly, about the government. The first speaker has only limiting about how AI is basically something that is problematic. But debate-wise, first speaker should be characterized on how their team identity should be better rather than the oppositions, and how their mechanisms is basically imply to the motions. So this is the key points on how government is basically under oppositions, because me and Sirhan couldn't see any mechanisms that comes on how to limiting this artificial intelligence could be brings more good than harm. And the second speaker from the government is trying to characterize about the loophole, which is good, but still lack of identifications and how it should debate wise explain it about the loophole and engage to the opposition's case. And the rebuttals about AI can handle everything is basically missed, since I couldn't see which one you tackled from the first speaker of the oppositions. But thirdly, about the third speaker. Basically, third speaker should be comparing on how their team identity is better rather than the opposite team. So we couldn't bring any arguments or any explanations if we are third speaker. So this is kind of fatal for third speaker, because the government side of this house brings a new arguments, a new explanations, a new extensions that unfortunately I shouldn't wrote any explanations, since you should just compare your friend's idea towards the opposition's idea. Coming up to the opposition side, the first speaker has already talked about their goals, which is how AGI is basically fulfilled with several factors, which is like education, military, and so on and so forth in the government branch, and that's how the idea of this household is basically implied. And first speakers has already give the argument about AGI and cyber security, which is to keep which give me 2 points: reduce threat and find a malware, which didn't get tackled from the second speaker of the government side of this house. Coming up to the second speaker of the opposition side of this house
brings about AGI is the key of the successions of countries improvement, which is good, and how these ideas imply, which the main basic of these motions comes to this debate, right? So this is why the key point of second speaker is basically kind of make this opposition side of the house win. And the third one, basically, is just the same with the government side, which you give an argument and explanations, which is simply wrong. But you put some limit actually, and I wrote that you compare with the government that talking about CIMAC is not the problem, and you compare to your cyber security idea, which is good. And because of that, we give the point to the opposition side of this house. Congratulations for IGMI.
Thank you very much, Kak.
Thank you, sir.
Baik, setelah diumumkannya hasil dari pertandingan kali ini, aku meminta untuk teman-teman tetap menyalakan cam-nya untuk sesi dokumentasi. Lalu setelah itu teman-teman bisa kembali ke main room dan meninggalkan. Oke, akan aku mulai dokumentasinya. 1, 2, 3. Sudah selesai. Baik, terima kasih untuk himpunan dari KABA dan himpunan dari IGMI telah menjalani sesi 3 untuk debat ini. Dipersilahkan untuk para perwakilan himpunan untuk meninggalkan breakout room ini dan bisa meninggalkan Zoom. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you,
Kak.
Thank you, everyone.
Untuk Sirhan, Sirhan sama Kanoval udah. Jadi aku mau ngucapin terima kasih banyak buat Kanoval dan Sirhan udah menjalani menjadi juri untuk debat Inggris pada hari ini. Dan maaf kalau misalkan tadi kami juga ada berapa banyak kesalahan teknis. Seperti yang tadi Sisil Kepengahan dan lain sebagainya, tapi alhamdulillah dari himpunan sepertinya hari ini tidak ada komplain. Jadi Sirhan bisa tenang. Dan besok masih ada satu match lagi, yaitu di jam 1 antara Komafil kan Imasif dan Ikseda. Jadi itu mungkin selesainya sekitar jam 3:30 juga. Jadi diharapkan untuk Sirhan dan Kanoval bisa datang juga ya untuk besok ya. Oke. Kalau begitu, kalau misalkan Sirhan dan Kanoval ada urusan lain, diperbolehkan untuk live Zoom juga. Terima kasih banyak untuk hari ini.
Thank you.
Oke juga panitia, thank you juga Novel ya. Aku izin lah.
Oke, hear me out. Oke. Berarti udah di end aja gak sih Kak Najma? Buat ya selesai. Yeah, thank you, Kanasmi.
Recording stopped.